Good morning, and welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I start the stream every trading day at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time now, and all times on my charts or that I refer to are Central Standard Time, so that's important to understand. The purpose of the stream here is, as I mentioned, my virtual trading journal. So everything that I'm watching here on my monitors is captured into the live stream, and my voiceover or this narration provides insight as to what I was thinking at that time when I'm trading. I trade live with Bookmap here on a live AMP account funded by me. Oh, hi, baby. Thank you. Funded by me. And this is IRT. By the way, I guess it goes without saying this is Bookmap. This is IRT, or Investor RT, which I think stands for real time, but I don't know. It's a charting package. And yeah, that's where we are. So the purpose of this stream, again, is my live trading journal. So I trade live, and I trade completely transparently and with full accountability. I narrate what I'm thinking as I anticipate a trade and when I do trade. But the purpose of the stream is not for financial or trade advice, because I'm not licensed to do that. You know? It's my trading journal, and I'm just opening it up for accountability, and hopefully it could help someone. So there we go. Let's see now. We've had a mouse die, so that's pretty fun. Looks like the stream is trickling along down the hillside. That's good. And let's move on now to the numbers for the day, which are not very, here we go. The numbers and reports here. So I use two news sources primarily. The oldest one, or my old standby here, is investing.com for a few reasons. I don't like the way they've changed the format and kind of spread things out. But anyway, what am I going to do? Nobody cares what I think, I don't suppose. They only report and track normal, standard economic calendar type events. You'll notice that each event title turns into a URL or a link, so that you can, if you don't know what continuing jobless claims is all about, you can click that link and go see how many times it's been reported recently and who reports it and all those kind of things. And that's real handy. You can filter it for wherever you are in the world and whatever reports you're interested in. That's also a good thing. And there are earnings, which we are in earnings season. Yesterday was NVIDIA after the the bell, or after the cash close, in case you don't know that. These are the earnings for today. So I don't obviously copy and paste these anywhere. I mean, how ridiculous is that, right? Still going, huh? That's amazing. Look at that. Those are earnings released just today. So obviously I don't, I trade futures, so I don't trade these or really focus in on any of them. But in the case of NVIDIA or the Mag 7s, etc., it's real important to know what may or may not be coming out. They don't ever release earnings during the RTH trading session. It's either before the session starts, before 8:30, or after 3 o'clock, 1500. So this is investing.com. The other source I use is Financial Juice, which is this. It has a similar function of a calendar over here. And I'm not sure that I pointed this out, but both of these are free, and I do that intentionally. That's why there's all these ads floating around here. That's intentional, so that anybody that follows the stream or is interested in doesn't have, can have access to these things without having to pay for them, which may be a barrier. Financial juice. Now, this is a calendar feature. You can't click on anything and get anywhere that I know of. And over here is more of a squawk box, like this guy's going to be talking now a lot. This guy's an employee of the White House, but somehow has been put on as a temporary Fed member. I don't even know that you could do that. I didn't know that was legally a thing, but apparently so. So there's that. Anyway, the other reason that I use financial juice and that I really appreciate, there's no example here, but if at some point this morning or through this day, there's some event scheduled that's that's a non-economic, traditional economic event, but that may have a real impact on the auction, they'll pull it into this calendar. Like suddenly Trump's going to speak about something or have a press conference about something, which could obviously have some sort of a impact on the market one way or the other. I want to know about that because I believe that maintaining and managing risk is the most important job a trader has. We're actually risk managers, really. And your primary mission as a trader is to preserve your account. The only way you do that is risk management. So if there's some random thing that hasn't been scheduled, I would really like to know about it in advance. And that's why I track this one. All right, let's look at the pre-market, which is best obtained here in Investor RT. Now, first of all, this is, let me point out to you that all of my Investor RT charts have my chart name, which is meaningless to anybody but me, the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session in the header of all of these. Okay. This is the micros now, my micro tab. This is the micro ES, micro NQ, micro ES, micro composite chart, or my high time frame chart. This is a mini market profile. I don't plot two market profiles. It's meaningless as far as I'm concerned. I also track the same configuration tab for the minis, in case that matters to anybody. So let's get to the pre-market. First, you can see yesterday's RTH session. Here's that NVIDIA earning. Sold off, actually. Sold way off, actually. And we're just flopping around. Looks like we're just barely above close, and we've been just basically balanced. And, there's not really I guess you could say that we're about an 80% long, 80% short inventory. Here's the open. Draw a line across there. Where's all the trade? Down here below that open. So I'm guessing we're about 90% short inventory. Typically when that happens, I would be looking for some responsive buying to take profit, but we have done that kind of into London. And this was kind of a fluke up here on this NVIDIA earning, right? So being interesting today, my plan is to wait and let the market open and get its legs and see what the market tells us. This is my high time frame chart, which is real simple. It's daily candlesticks, RTH session. Now, wherever price overlaps, I draw pull the market or the volume profile around it, and that generates a market, a micro composite VPOC and high and low volume nodes and that thing. This is yesterday's trade. Well, it didn't overlap anything here, so it's not included in this micro composite yet, and it's not time to draw a new one until we see where today's trade goes. Is how I approach this. Do it any way you want to do it. I'm just explaining what I do. Now, also, in addition to the high and low volume nodes, the session prices are also pushed automatically to Bookmap. Let's look at something real quick here. Well, we're 92% volume and 5 ticks ATR on a 1 minute bar. So that's not bad. Okay, let's get over to Bookmap. So in case you're not familiar with it, this is Bookmap, and this is basically the heat map or their version of a chart, and I'll explain the columns from right to left. This is the dome or the price ladder or the order book or whatever you want to call it. Ask, this is resting liquidity on the ask. These are sellers, resting liquidity. These are not trades. This is resting liquidity. Somebody puts in a limit order up here that they will, intend to sell 100 contracts at 90s, maybe. Same thing with this side. This is the resting liquidity on the buy side or the bids. This is my micro composite column where I enter these, micro composite gap high from yesterday and the gap lows down below us and the POC and all those things. The high and low volume nodes from the micro composite, which are pushed over here automatically. And this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. We'll continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH. This is the full session or the Globex. This is RTH Delta, and this is RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. And this is my statistics column, which is real important to me. And the first thing I do every morning is I should say the first thing is to determine the open type for the day that I suspect, statistical open type. And there's only 4 open types, and there's basically 2 criteria to establish that. If we open right here, right now, how would that price compare to previous RTH close? Well, there's the previous RTH close. So it is lower than the close. The second criteria, how would this open type or open price compare or relate to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the RTH high and there's the RTH low. So we would be, if we opened right now, we would be lower in range. So the first thing I do then is change the title of this to lower in range. And the reason I change that column title is purely selfish. Whenever I look back at a screen snap or the stream, I see that title and I know exactly what the open configuration was, and I don't have to think about that much more, right? Because I know. These are the session prices, which push automatically from Bookmap, or to Bookmap. And let me just finish with the statistics here. I forgot one thing. These are from yesterday. So what we're going to do now is clear the statistics values for their associated prices from yesterday, and in a minute we'll go get the new ones for today. Session prices, which push automatically from IRT and which I share. I start pushing these from 1700 on Sunday through 1600 on Friday continuously. And if anybody would like that data, just drop, like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up. It comes as a CSV link from Google Sheets is where it emanates from. It's all internal for me, but I push it up to Google Sheets and then share with a lot of people now. And this is the heat map. The first thing you're going to notice is I keep everything real simple and straightforward. I deal with price, action, volume in terms of order flow volume, and statistics. Now, also you'll notice there's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT, either one actually. And the lines and levels are all real simple and logical. POC for RTH, POC for full session. What the hell is a POC? It's the point of control, which is another acronym for market profile. It's actually the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in this overnight session, we've traded 69.48.75, 5,774 times, and that's the highest volume. That's all it means. The minute one of these prices is 57.75, this yellow line is going to move there. That's all. Same thing for the RTH. There's a volume weighted average price for the Globex and one for the RTH, and there's a mid, period. There are a couple of other levels which seem to confuse people sometimes, and I'm sure it's a case of naming. And they're important levels for me, and that's the IBL, the IB low, or the IB high, which is an acronym again for market profile called initial balance. Now, what these two levels, there's the other one, what these two levels really represent, again, nothing complicated, nothing confusing. This is the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all. Simple. So now let's look at let's go grab the statistics here for these associated prices. And that comes from an IRT study right here. Here was yesterday, you'll see. Now, IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30. Also, notice that some of these levels are black and some are blue. Whenever a statistic level is revisited or achieved in the current RTH session, IRT changed the text from black to blue, highlights the highlight, which is real convenient. So we've determined we're going to open lower in range, which is over here. We just did that, remember? Well, this is real, once again, keep it simple, stupid here, the KISS principle. This study looks back at the most recent 1,684 trading days. Of those days, we opened lower in range, 497 of them, or 29%. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid 82.9% of the time. Overnight mid, 82.9. Drum roll, please. And that is, oh, come on, Alice, get it on the right line. There you go. Oh, I'm not doing too good here. Boy, my eyes are getting terrible. That's going to be my excuse anyway. So that's all there is to it. Then we're just going to simply go down this list. I'm going to go to the POC, which is 81.1, and then we'll do the close, which is 74.8. So the POC is 81.1. Previous close is 84.9, right? 74.9, I mean, sorry. Wasn't that right? 74.8. Ooh, call me a liar. There we go. And then we'll look for the usual suspects like here's the IB high, 70.9, and that's right here, remember? So this is 70.9 IB high. And I always type those initials because, as you remember the definition, the minute we open, these levels are going to change to wherever price is up here. They won't be here anymore, and I want to know what they meant. Overnight low is 66.2. Overnight high is 52.3. And what else we need to do around here? Excuse me. Where's the previous high and low? I wanted to see those two. Previous low is 53.5. And that is Come on. And IB low, where are you, Mr. IB low? 66.2. Now, that's a good ration of numbers there. Where did that previous high? I was wanting to see that. Huh. There we are, 41.9. The previous high, which is right here. Oh, that's not the previous high. Sorry about that. Previous high is somewhere around here, isn't it? Oh, it's way up above us. Never mind. All right, I'm going to call those good for the numbers, and I'm going to do the next thing now, which is the next thing I do every day, and that's the TLab snap. And you're going to ask yourself, what in the hell is the TLab snap? Well, first I didn't open the damn chart yet, so that was kind of stupid. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, or led by, or whatever you say in Discord parlance. And I was active in there previously, quite active actually, until I started this stream. So every day I make a couple of snaps in there just to offer some support for Tom. Now, okay, this is why I don't multitask, right? So the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room. It's run by Tom B, who's self-proclaimed professional trader with 46 years experience. And I don't say that euphemistically. It's the truth. I don't have any idea when he started trading, nor do I have any facts about that. He's about older guy, and I believe him. He doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. And most of the narration is kind of rearview mirror stuff, right? But it's a good group of people. He's got good philosophies about risk management. And the fact that I've not seen, verified account stuff or whatever else I believe that he's telling the truth. So, therefore I support him, and I do that every day. Early in the morning around 6, I post the reports. And every day now I post this snap for those folks in there that don't have all the numbers that need them. So I don't recommend any other sites, especially were nothing I would recommend. They were typical. The third word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell you something. And I do know that up until this day, as far as I know, no one's ever been solicited for anything in the Traders Lab. So that's a big plus as far as I'm concerned. And there's a good group of people in there. It's not real big, and the people come and go. If you're familiar with Discord, experts, quote unquote, will come and go. That like to post a lot. My opinion is they kind of like to hear the sound of their own voice. A lot of them. So when I started the stream, which was actually a recommendation of Tom's, essentially, was that we should all traders should focus on their market, their trading, and continually narrate the market as it goes and keep your journal up. So that's what I'm doing with the stream, and that's the reason it is what it is, and that's all I've got to say about TLab. Now, let's go over to Bookmap here, and I think it's probably a good idea to be able to trade. Right now we could not trade because the trade control panel has not been activated. To trade with the book map, you need to decide or pick a method you will use to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, it's this active data column. If you choose DOM, it's the DOM column, and both is, guess what? Both of them. Then next thing I do is make sure there's statistics. Watch this statistics thing. If you sign up for it or however you do it, it reactivates itself all the time. Earlier this morning, I deactivated that on purpose. Now I come back here now and it's activated and it's on this general thing, which I don't want it to be main journal. I want it to be on the one I want. It doesn't seem to remember that stuff. So be careful about that. I think it's an okay tool. I don't really go to the web journal thing and see what it says exactly, but I think it's probably a pretty good tool. Next, my most important reason for being here is multi-brackets. This is where I apply the risk management or risk neutral methodology. The smallest package you can have is a 2-lot. And then you decide what the stop loss is for the package. So you shouldn't be deciding this now with, 3 minutes to the open. This should be thought about with some depth away from the market. And my recommendation is the first thing you need to consider here is your account risk parameters. But whatever you come up with, and, volatility for the instrument, whatever. Once this is established, then the first risk neutral scale is automatic because it's for half of the package. Remember, I said it needed to be even. And it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then you have a runner or whatever's left. However many stops, whatever you got. Set it up however you want to. Also, a thing I use off and on is the Execution Pro. You can do trailing stop. You can set it to break even at a certain number of ticks, whatever. I'll do that manually in this case. And then I close that. Now, you'll notice that it's green up here. I don't need any of the tools in the trade control panel anymore, and I know this is the right package size. I have all these parameters available up here. These can be turned off or on. You don't have to have them up there, but I like them because I can now click this button again. It stays active. I have the parameters. I have cancel all, close all, and I get the real estate back. Now I'm ready to trade with my mouse or the DOM or my keyboard in Bookmap. And we're set for the open. And it's going to be in about 2 minutes. And let's see what I forgot. Who knows? So let's see how we open. And if these reset, then, where we go. It's going to be, I think it's going to be I'm looking for an open auction and to just kind of let them pick a direction, right? Trade what you see, not what you think. Big deal. This, I'm not going to change them back again, but these are the pullback and continuation zones, which I use for the opening range trade. This stuff, these levels all push from, and the volume nodes all push from IRT to Bookmap. As you notice, the rest of this stuff is manual. And Blue Boy over here is a top secret thing that is called a vertical line, and it's just. I slap that on the first print of each session so that I can just glance left. And if I see Blue Boy over here, I know that I have the entire session in view. That's all it is. We're going to open in about 10 seconds, so keep your fingers crossed that these damn things reset properly. They might not, and then I'll be bitching and moaning and yapping like usual. So frustrating. Boom. Well, there's There's 30 and 10 seconds. Now I'm going to give it 30 seconds. If they don't reset automatically, I'm going to do this. Which did exactly nothing. God damn, that's frustrating. I have no clue why these won't reset. Now it resets out of no place. So what was that? 38 seconds. I'm going to bump these ahead 38 seconds. What bookmap support told me was that somehow this bookmap is not picking up. They said my computer clock wasn't correct according to bookmap. Well, my computer clock is synced with Rhythmic, which is the data provider, every 2 minutes. So, anyway, I'm not going to argue with you. It's 30 seconds. What are you going to do? Now, what's going to happen, you'll notice that the IB high and low is back, not set very well here. Let's change the charting to full RTH session from full session. And I do that to maintain the relationship between a couple of those session price numbers that are expected by me and the other people that use them. Okay, this lag is just so irritating. See over here the lag? All right. So now we have the IB high and the IB low, and they're supposed to be at the right spot around these guys over here. And let's see if that happens. It's so flippin' annoying. I don't know. As the day, well, now you see that the IB line, now let me point something out. You see how the flag's up here and, you see how the flag's up here and the indicator line is down here? They're both driven by the same data pushed at the exact same time from IRT. The difference is that bookmap will only allow me, the minimum reset time I can put in the cloud note column is a minute. And the boys and girls that made this indicator obviously have it less than that. So let's let this thing get its shit together and figure out where the IBs high and low are. That's important to me because my structured trade, the first one out of the box is the IB. So I want these things to be right. And the volume will come right. That's also irritating. You see there's a big, can you see there's a big spike of volume up here at the IB high at the open that's missing down here? Well, that's why the IB's up here. This stupid shit. God, that's irritating. If this was, this is a top tier trading program and I don't think my clock is wrong, and even if it is, when I click reset, the damn thing ought to reset, don't you think? Hey, Antonio, bon dia. I'm just busy bitching and moaning about the volume profile not reset, right? My daily bitch. It's still not right. I don't know what to do. So here we are in the jar. We're off and running. We have an IB low. Disregard these volume profile and the delta because this is correct. These are from IRT and they're correct. I hate to say that. See what's going on with my newfangled opening range test here. Well, nothing yet. It's set for 15 minutes. This is the opening range, the traditional one, which is based on a breakout or directional. The other one's the fade. I've just coded this up to try to verify if any of these, I don't know if you've noticed it, but YouTube is awash with opening trade people. You know, oh, this is the best thing, this, that, this, that, this. Obviously, it's, about every 3 months, they run through a strategy like that. Oftentimes, it's the opening range to get new subscribers to their channels. And that's not my point for doing this, but if it's a valid trade, I'd like to be able to identify that. And so I've coded this up to be able to change whatever rules are being touted in those various videos and then backtest it properly over 500 days and say, well, you know what? You're completely full of crap. That doesn't work. Or why do you tell people that? That doesn't work. Or just keep my mouth shut and know to myself it doesn't work. But it feels like I feel a sort of a sense of obligation to. It seems so callous to me that these people would post stuff that just doesn't work simply to get more subs so that they make money, and they're just basically throwing people who may not have money to lose and who have hopes and dreams or might need, be looking at trading out of desperation, just throwing them under the bus. That just really irritates the hell out of me. So, and nobody cares what irritates me but me and my cat and mama. Well, yesterday that I in case you didn't see the NVIDIA release and the numbers thing, Antonio, I kept the stream going, so it's captured in there if you're interested, or if anybody else is. I was interested to see. I don't ever shut my systems off until the cash close, or until the close at 1600. But as you know, if you've been around here at all, I do close the stream typically at 1500. Yesterday, I just let the stream run and watched it, kept narrating and whatever. It was interesting to watch that bump. Also, it's right there. That's the NVIDIA release. And then they sold it right back off. So, well, there you go. Excuse me. Okay, we've got Blue Boy on the job. See if he can do something for us today. Volume profile is still struggling. That's so freaking disappointing. And I've reset my opening type and all of my, just making sure here that I've got everything set and ready to go. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hook in and hang on, baby. As I said earlier in the pre-market, I'm expecting an open auction and indecision and trade what you see, not what you think. This is a real good day to practice that, as is every trading day, but Hmm. Hmm. Weird week. Weird week. And we're pushing lower here, or exploring lower. We've taken out the usual suspects. Okay, now this is a dynamic data, right? So in reality, the 81.1 is the overnight volume point of control, as was the previous IB high. So I'm going to move this down here over the top of that, kind of like that. And I only do this for the sake of the stream and the screen snaps. I want these values to be accurate. And this is a dynamic, right up until the open, these are moving, as you can see right over here. So there you go. Obviously the overnight, I don't change normal stuff. I mean, current values, but overnight volume point of control isn't going anywhere after the open. So there you go. Something else that I often forget to point out as far as transparency and accountability, etc. Notice that I stream the entire monitor, not just the application. So you can always see any applications I've got open at the bottom here, the hours, minutes, and seconds on the computer and the date, and tie that back to Bookmap or IRT. Who am I trying to bullshit? Me? You know what I mean? It's silly, but I want to make sure that that's understood and identify or point out that it's not very normal with all of these guys that are busy doing this, and I'm going to trade live, and well, no, that's not live, that's a recording. I can tell because I can see the thing on Bookmap. You know what I mean? I don't know why people don't just why don't they just trade live like this, It would be a lot more. I understand the concept of, teach a man to fish he can eat for life, give a man a fish he eats for day. Yeah, but if the poor bastard starves to death while he's learning how to fish, that's not a good thing, in my opinion. And remember, this is my opinion. So I'm talking to myself here. The only way I get what I'm thinking into the stream and the recording is this narration. So most of the time I'm talking to myself or Antonio or whoever's in here, but most of the time I'm talking to myself, right? And I want to also point out for damn sure, this is not a my way or the highway thing. This is what I'm doing now, what I am thinking at this moment, and trying to, my goal is to have my trading business consistently profitable to support me and my family. Okay. And this is what I'm doing in that towards that goal at this time. Anybody's got a better idea, consistently profitable? Oh, you're completely out of your goddamn mind. You should be doing this. Put it in the chat. I'm wide open to suggestions. I know that I need to come up with more strategies that I have vetted besides just the opening range strategy, because that went pear-shaped for whatever reason, exceeded the consecutive stops in a row by 30 or 50%. And so I need to figure out what to do there. And I need more than one vetted setup in my plan, in my trade plan, right? Or my arsenal, or, bullets in the gun, or pick an analogy you like. That opening range trade was just plotting along, putting along nicely, and then all of a sudden went pear-shaped, and just, now it's, I stopped trading it actively and without without any question, without any discretion, at 10 stops in a row. The maximum stops in a row per a 500-day back test was 7. Okay, you can't change any of your system that you have vetted until something's broken, right? So if you haven't reached the maximum consecutive stops in a row, then consecutive in a row, same thing. Sorry. Then you've got nothing to change. But after that point, then you need to figure out, what did the market change? Did the edge go away? What happened? And I'm not going to just stand here blindly and, die of 1,000 cuts. So, well, we keep pushing the low lower. That's not a surprise. I think that, the economy is not great. Certainly from the point of view of consumers. I think the world has recognized that in this current administration, where they will say anything they feel like saying and do anything, and that they're, they didn't like the non-farm payroll numbers, so they fired the guy at the Bureau of Labor Statistic. Then they put in one of their own people. Now, magically, we have great non-farm payroll numbers. Even Fox News or whoever, I don't ever watch them, but I saw a quote. Guy goes, well, I think those are questionable numbers. We'll be looking for a revision last month, So it's just crazy. It's a different environment, that's for sure. I've never traded in one like this. Okay, here we go. Let's see, are we through oh yeah, we're past the 15 minutes. Let's see what's going on over here. What happened to you now, boo-boo? Well, looks like nothing. We should have had, oh no, this is 2 points. Not yet. This is set up for 15-minute opening range. No trade is here. I want to have these stop and target on here just because I want to see where they are, but it's a pain in the ass until there's a trade in place because it continues the numbers from history, right? Here's Nvidia, or here's that earnings for Nvidia. Kind of funny, huh? Let me see if this will scrunch up enough. There was that little trade yesterday in the opening range, but here was yesterday, and then there's Nvidia. So this is set for a 15-minute opening range trade. In this case, it's the typical one, which means that it should be going short and heading south. Excuse me. And maybe I haven't been working with this a lot lately. I've been playing with another one over here, which is another version of the same idea. This is my, as it says, testing thing, right? So I monkey around with stuff here. So this should have taken a short. Let's see here. What have we got? Oh, I know why. Yeah, absolutely. I've got the maximum range cutoff at 20. Or at the opening range limit is 15 handles, 15 ticks. And the opening range period is 15 minutes. Well, this is greater than 15 ticks, so it won't take a trade. There you are. Okay. So I'm going to shut that down. And I'm going to take this off of this chart. I'm trying to do all these things. The purpose for all of this is to try to lighten the load on IRT, which brings me to the TLab. If you need a snap at the TLab, there it is. It's in the TLab, so no problem. And this chart takes a lot of resources I had discovered. The way you can do this, in case you use IRT and you're interested, you can right click and go down. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Show. Where to go? Show. Calc Statistics Report. Okay. Indicators taking more than 2 millisecond average calc time are these right here. Session prices, profiles, blah, 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 blah. Okay. And they can take, some of them can take a lot more. So what I do is to try to lighten that load and get this down from, some lag to zero. Now every day it's just after I posted this, and I don't use this report anymore after this, it's just to close it off. And every morning I pop it back on there again. I was doing the same thing with the stats, but it doesn't refresh right. I monkeyed something up. There we go. I have to click in case you don't know this about IRT, by the way, if you see this little redo button down here, shift click that, recalculates any indicators on whatever chart you're doing that to. So you see how IRT has automatically selected the right open type, and whichever levels we have achieved so far have been highlighted in blue. That's kind of handy. And let's get over here. Well, we continue to chug lower, and that's not a surprise. This ridiculous big gap up over here and it was interesting to me, surprising to me actually, that we didn't even remotely peak below that gap yesterday. So we may get into that gap and close it off today. You never know. What I'm talking about here is there's the gap high. There's previous. Oh, I lied. We got into the gap by a couple of ticks, couple of points yesterday. There's the previous RTH low, and here is the gap high. Now, let me be sure I explain gaps. My version of gaps, do them any way you want. Everybody's got a different one. I don't know what Tom does, to be honest with you, or the TLab guys. Some people use settlement. Some people use close, whatever. What I do is the gap low was day before yesterday's RTH high. I go from the previous RTH session high or low to the current or RTH session open. So this was the open yesterday. This was the high from the day before. That's how I do a gap. Shoot your best shot, baby. Okay. Boy, look at this. I don't know what else to explain. Nothing, I guess. Let's just keep an eye on things and see where we go. So we're coming up to 9 o'clock. we've had context should be pretty clear at this point. My wife she's Vietnamese. She makes me Vietnamese coffee every morning. I can pick up frickin' FM. But it's so good. Okay. Well, there's that VPOC migration trade, which is everybody's favorite. I'd like to get some trading. I've been doing something else with the, well, let me start over. There's a thinking here. There's a thinking. What the hell happened to that? I don't know why that didn't go there, but okay. There's a thinking about the trading day in that just a way to categorize the day so that you can sort of identify, do I have more success in the beginning of the day or the middle or the end, right? So the initial approach is that there's 450 minutes in a RTH trading session from 8:30 in the morning until 1600 every afternoon. You divide that by 3, you get 150 minutes. I think Rod cooked this up on his own, but it doesn't matter. That's where I heard it. It's RTH1, RTH2, and RTH3. And so I have put a filter in my backtesting stuff where I can filter out, if I want to see how successful was this setup in RTH1 or only RTH2 or something like that. And what I've got in there now is that it won't put on any trades. It'll only put trades on in RTH1 and 2 and not 3. And then I have an end of day rule, which closes off any open positions at whenever I set it for 1400 or 1430 or whatever. And that's over here. Those end of days. And then the filter for the RTH1 and 2 is right here. Trade start, trade stop. It says 60 minutes in, so it would only start. It would only take a trade with the IB on, and it excludes the last 150 minutes. RTH3. Boom. And so this is the opening range trade. The initial balance trade. Get rid of the opening range off of there. Move this down here so we can see what's going on, maybe. Well, that's a little dramatic there. Okay. Yesterday, today, the continuation pullback and trigger zones are not plotting because it's not 930. Once they do, those levels will be pushed across the book map. And there we go. See what I've got, how I have this one set up here so far. Now, I'm just doing this in advance. It's only 9 o'clock, right? Nothing going to happen until 9:30. So there's position start, 60 minutes. Position in. These are the end of day. This would be the end of day setting. It's not going to take any trades before 60 minutes over here. Then there's the trade settings, which is a new wrinkle. The volume moving average, or the volume average stuff, the periodicity and the look back. Okay. So right now we're looking at a 12 tick stop, a 12 tick T1, and a 48 tick T2. That's pretty normal, isn't it? And then we're gonna at 12 ticks or T1, the system would trail up to entry. What else we got going on over here? I've got it. I set the ATR limit really wide just so it's not a factor, because I was getting real concerned with making sure that I was not getting chopped up in a volatile environment, and also that I would stay in context. That's why I've got this at 30, which is stupid, right? I mean, that essentially the 30 here would be just like when I put this break even stop at up here at 60. It's just so far out of the range that it doesn't matter. So it's essentially nullified that filter. Okay, there we go there. And the way you do IRT stuff is whenever you made any changes like that, you got to modify the rule and save it in case there's a reason to do that. Look at this lag. That is ridiculous. And we're selling off pretty good here. They're going to monkey around and close this gap here pretty quick. Right here. You see that? Mm-hmm. Well, there's your VPOC migration, Antonio, and it's just rocking. Hope you're on it. Okay. Well, let's see what we can do here now. So this is set up. This is set up. What do we got for lag? Terrible. All right. What I'm going to do now is restart IRT. I do this every day. I don't think it's going to blow anybody's mind. I do it fairly quickly, and I've been doing it lately. Seems to have some effect though in resetting the lags idea, and nobody complains about the session prices. So I think I get them done. I get it done relatively quickly. Give it a minute to reset. Yeah, now there's no lags. You see what I mean? Okay, good for me. Naked volume points of control up here. Excuse me. Yeah, we're pretty close here. You see this? The gap high and the gap low. Actually, reminds me of a French friend of mine I worked with in Angola, Jean-Pierre Barbie. Here's our low, and here, get out of here, Mr. Thing, get out of there. And you get out of there too. I don't know why you show up all the time. Here's day before yesterday's RTH session, and that would be the high. And here's our low, so this would close that gap, right? And or, of course, if you're looking at Bookmap, it's right there. There's the gap low, and there's the gap high, and there we are. So start anticipating the opening range trade. Jesus, I got that. I better go back to bed immediately. And start anticipating the initial balance trade. And once again, to reiterate from this morning, the initial balance, the IB low and the IB high, are nothing more complicated than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of this RTH trading session, period. Old market profile term, who the hell decided the initial balance was that? I don't know. Stottlemyre, maybe, who knows? So anyway, the trade that I have vetted around the initial balance statistics is originally, started out based on that statistic, and I'll show you that in a second, but that's the theory behind it is I realized that the most successful traders in the world came to understand that this is essentially a random market. There's millions, think about it, there's millions of participants. Imagine you can't get, 50 people to agree to something. Imagine getting millions of them. So it's essentially a random market. And in futures, you need to be sure you understand that it's a zero-sum game. For every buyer, there's a seller. For every seller, there's a buyer. There is no possibility of imbalance there at all. So what does that mean? That means that for every person that thinks selling this is a good idea, somebody's on the other side of that trade as a counterparty buying them. Okay. We'll talk about that later, but it's a random environment essentially, and it is a statistical fact that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50, because this is essentially a coin flip. What can the market do? It can tick up or it can tick down. Period. It can't go sideways. It can't go horizontal. It can't back up. Time is something that we put on it in order to plot these things. If you're looking at a dome, it's just zooming up and down, This isn't going anyplace. It's just trading up and down. The way that the market goes down in this zero-sum environment is aggressive sellers come across the inside bid and come across the inside market and hit the bid. The way the price goes up is the reverse. Aggressive buyers cross the inside market and lift the ask. That's how the market goes up and down. Exactly. So what those traders, and I'm talking about Jim Simmons of Renaissance Technology and guys like that, who, by the way, is the most successful hedge fund manager and hedge fund in the world, hands down. What they came to realize is that in this random environment, the secret is to identify some pattern that happens frequently with specific rules to validate the entry. And then you capture a statistically significant data set about that entry and those rules and determine if it has a positive edge or not. if it does, then in the live market, you do all of this away from the live market, by the way. In the live market, every time that strategy or that that setup and those rules present themselves, you take the trade. And you lean on the law of large numbers to manifest the percentage of edge that you have determined exists to your bank account. And if that sounds familiar, that is also the business model of a casino from the point of view of the house. They don't play any game on the casino floor that they have not pre-identified to have an edge for the house and specific rules. That's why there's no emotion by the dealers or any of those pit guys. They don't give a shit whether they win or lose. They know all they're there to do is play that game as many times as they possibly can in 24 hours, period. Because they know that the law of large numbers is going to manifest the edge to the house. They know gamblers will win. We know traders will win. We know we'll take stops. They know they know that they'll lose. Same thing. Anyway, so what I've done then is identify the initial balance because it happens every day. There's relatively, I hope, straightforward rules. And that's where we're going. Now isn't a thing until 9:30 because I have 3 rules. First of all, let me make sure that this is all happening correctly. I may have gotten all discombobulated. Now let's nuke that off of there like that. Okay, so these are the rules that I've come up with for the initial balance trades. The computer will evaluate every one of these rules every 1 minute. That's the periodicity. And this is Boolean. If it equates to positive, bam, there you go. There's only 3 rules. There is the initial balance stat, which is either the high or the low. And then there's a pullback or continuation zone, which is a B. And then there's a trigger. And then Bob's your uncle, and away you go. You're in a trade. So there you go. That's what I've come up with. And I have backtested that extensively. And like I was saying earlier, it was working very well until all of a sudden I ran into a drawdown of more than the statistical expectation of consecutive stops. So I'm scratching my head trying to figure out what to do next here, basically, or why that happened. Now, as far as the rules go, the statistics, the opening range or the initial balance high and low is the most probable, most likely statistic to be achieved in any of the 4 data sets always. Today, it's a 98.4% probability that the IB high or low will be revisited by price at some point in the RTH trading session between 9:30 in the morning and 1600 in the afternoon, Central Standard Time. That means that there's a 1.6% probability that neither one of them will be revisited. That's about as close to a sure thing as you're going to get, I guess. It isn't 100%. And let me say that in the last 2 months, we've had 2 or 3 days where we have achieved neither one. So there you go. So that's the first stat. Okay. And then we'll move on to B and then trigger, and there you are. Now let's get back over here because there's something kind of interesting going on. We're just down there closing that gap. And a couple of ticks away from it. So here's the gap. And there we are. Ooh, and then some. Okay. and then some. What does that mean? I have no clue at this point. It means the market's going down. Context is down. None of the fake news that's being pushed around, is sticking, I guess. And there we are. There's today. There is today. Remember now, the initial balance statistic will become a thing in another handful of minutes here. We're at 9:16, so we need 09:30. And they're selling this thing off hard. I hope the hell you got on that VPOC migration, Antonio, or or just threw a Hail Mary out there at the high. Obviously, rearview mirror is always such a wonderful trading advantage. Boy, wouldn't that be great? Yeah, they're not buying the BS. It doesn't look to me like. And I'm happy to see that, frankly. I wish common sense would prevail here, but it hasn't kicked in yet. Maybe. Now, you see how the initial balance high and the volume profile and the initial balance low and the volume profile have now aligned themselves? I don't know how the hell that happens. I was bitching and moaning at the open that we were down here. I guess through DT and IQ feed or the system looking back on itself, it pulls that volume up to here, to the open level. I don't know. But I'm happy that works, and I guess I'll complain less. It's a little bit late, but yeah, there you go. Now here's our micro composite VPOC down here at 88 or whatever it is, the 80 from the 19th, and we're gonna go down there and tag that out from the looks of it. Maybe they figured out that this AI crap is just a big Ponzi scheme, and that the random risk band is out there like Pluto. I don't know what to think. I don't know. Hopefully, as I said, hopefully common sense will prevail. It seems like it's kicking in anyway. There has barely been an uptick. And then the sell-off really kicked in right over here at about 9, whatever that prompted that. Oh, coming out of the gap. That's what did it. Coming into the gap, I should say. And look at this delta. Nothing but selling, baby. Followed in hot pursuit by the NQ, of course. Let's look at the minis. Wake up, everybody, wake up. There we go. Yeah. Try to say this every day. I don't know whether I remember to be honest with you, but I know some people that watch the minis and trade the micros. Now, in a case like this, seems pretty okay, but frequently I've noticed that there's a big difference in levels between the minis and the micros. I don't think that would be a winning idea. I've pointed that out, but I'm sure nobody gives a shit. Well, we're going to tap out this high volume node in the POC here pretty quick. Right there and there. Boom, bitty boom, bitty boom. And I'm telling you right now, I'm going to be on the fence watching this one. A trend day is a real hard, especially a hard sell-off like this, is a real hard get-on event, in my opinion. You know, where do you get on? You can't just throw on a lot, throw in a short and hope for the best. I guess you can if your stop's tight, but there we are. POC after that's been set since the 19th. So, yeah. And they aren't even thinking about quitting. Wow. That is a big wow in the sky right there now. Is this lagging? Oh, yes, never mind. A lot of volume on the lag, so I'm going to be standing by watching IRT with skepticism. That's so irritating. If you're not familiar with the term short in the hole, I would suggest looking that one up. If you're thinking about shorting down here. What I would be thinking about at this point is just standing by because, like I said, there's nothing worse than going short in a hole. Sell the bottom print, And on the other hand, you've got the world famous catch a falling knife concept. That's the thing about trading. There are always sayings on both sides of the coin which are applicable and make sense. Like I said, it's a random environment. Yeah, wouldn't it be a pleasure to know what the big boys or the big whoever's going to do? And I'm not like that one bird brain that claims Jesus gave him the code or some Jesus. It's amazing to me, some of the people that are out there. I actually heard that ICT guy, whatever his name is, and maybe he has a lot of followers, so it must be, some people must do okay. I actually heard him in a live interview say that he knows the code of the algorithm that controls the markets because Jesus Christ gave him the code. And the interviewer kind of just was stunned for a second, as was I. That's pretty bold thing to say. And of course, it's complete horseshit. There's no code that controls anything. One computer, there's millions of participants in the futures market. This was futures he was talking about too, by the way. Well, actually, that's maybe, I don't know. One of the reasons that I recommend, and I suppose you agree, trading futures is it's probably the fairest, most even playing field. huge tax advantage. 60% of your profits are treated as ordinary, or as ordinary income rather than capital gains. Big tax advantage. And like I said, it's a zero-sum game. So there's no, I have complete, utter disrespect for the NYSE. Those specialists on the floor, they can see the entire order book and you can't. How is that fair? And don't forget the guy who used to run the NYSE and then spun off NASDAQ is Bernie Madoff. So think about that for a couple of minutes. Well, here we are. We're putting in a bottom, I don't know, down here on the naked volume point of control. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Look at there. Now tonight, in the sessions switch, I'll have to stop and think about how I'm going to do this. Typically, will I include these two and continue this naked volume point of control across? I mean, this volume micro composite, or shut it off here and start drawing a new one over here. Seems a place like this is no question, huge gap that didn't close for days. Let's look at this on a bigger. Oh, well, it's not 9:30. So we have this one. Didn't pull this one in. These two overlapped because these are just wicks. This one's been going since Christ was a carpenter. This is a long one. Here's another one with a big gap that didn't close for a long time. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it, like I said. And this is just how I approach the market. However you do it, it is really great. If you've got some super groovy, really neat way to do this that's consistently profitable and gives you a big edge, be sure you drop that in the chat. Let us all know. And thanks for dropping by the way, and drop a thumbs up and a like. That's the only thing I get out of YouTube other than it is my virtual trading journal. And the reason I stream it to YouTube, besides the transparency and the accountability, is I can review the stream on any device, so I don't have to be standing here. These are standing desks. I'm here for a minimum of 10 hours every day, and it would be handy not to be having to stand here, and that's why I do it. Plus, it's, I guess, more of a permanent record. Drop something in the chat where you are, what you're doing, who you trade, how stupid this is, does it help, whatever. Any feedback's super. That's the point. And it is, once again, this is not a my way or the highway deal. However you are consistently profitable, if it's, throwing a handful of mud on the wall and seeing what sticks works for you, let us know where you get your mud. Ooh, look at here. Got a minute till the IB statistic. Now, this is a classic example that I would say do not trade in anticipation of the statistic. Boy, is that going to be an easy one to do today, huh? What has been happening? Where are we? Do I think we're going to take the IB low? Yeah, I would say so, just looking at the day, huh? And looking at the trend. But it is not a slam dunk. And we could easily go up here, depending on how far your brackets are, and I'm sure you're using brackets, as we should as traders, because preserving our account is the most fundamental goal we have. And the only way to do that is risk management. And the only way to properly manage your risk is using bracket orders, especially in this random goofy, volatile environment. You're going to maybe get slippage, but you're going to get out rather than, oh, Christ, what happened to my account? You know? So let's say you're all anticipating we're going to get this tag out and, well, we're past 30 seconds. We're past 9:30, so it is a statistic now. If we take out this IB low, there we go. That will be the original statistic per IRT and most people who trade. My trading plan is a little bit more complex, which I'll explain in a minute. Right here, you look at here. See, there's 77, 79, there's 80, okay? You get up to 80 right there, you're stopped out. If you're using a bracket order like I've got. So, yeah. Remember that these are 3.5, 2.5 points across here. In order to keep this range in view, speaking of in view, blue boy, where the hell are you? Okay. To keep this range in view, I can't have it 1 point high like usual. Here's another one where we're going to take out that IB low and everybody gets excited, and then all of a sudden they hammered them. Uh-oh. Here you go, Antonio. Here's your VPOC migration from out of the sky somewhere. That is a joke, actually, obviously. It's a trade, I don't know who came up with it first. I don't know. Anyway, sure. Who can't watch the initial balance or this yellow brick road move around? And there's a trade in the TLab and various places, VPOC migration. So it goes down here and somebody will short that and get down here and boy, they made a lot of money. And somebody short right here and they're going to do it again. I have never been able to be successful with this trade because of I can't identify the rules that fit within my risk parameters that consistently win. Yeah, no kidding. Absolutely. I keep trying to figure something out. You know, it's just like Rod and those guys when they're V reversal. There's so many different ways to go at it. Peter K., who you know, I think, Antonio, sharp guy, nice guy. Interesting story I'll tell you about him. But anyway, he trades that, and he claims he just trades it. Whenever that VPOC migrates, he goes short. I don't know what his risk parameters are and his stop. I've tried coding that, and it's a dismal backtest. So I don't know. He seems like a really nice guy. He's he's Thai, but he lived about half of his life here in the States, and has just moved back to Bangkok a few months ago with his wife. So he's trading from over there, a lucky bastard. Just up the street from where I lived in Kuala Lumpur. Seems like a nice guy and does a lot of code stuff and probabilities. There we go. Now there is the initial balance statistic per bookmap, per IRT, per a lot of people. And look at there, they tagged out 590 stops. Called manufactured liquidity. So let's get over here and see if this has done something. And it looks like no. Oh, come on. Wow. Can't even see it down here. Come on, you son of a gun. Okay, so this is way behind. Let's see the lag, 10 seconds. Yeah, this is ridiculous. And a big gap in the data. You see that? Now this is all a mess. All a mess. Okay, I'm off it. Wow. Son of a gun. I got to remember this is family friendly, and I'm an old cowboy from Montana, so you can imagine. Now and then there could be a curse word slip into the deal here. Okay, well, let's get back over here. That's ticking over. Bookmap, I'll say, I guess is multi-threading. They don't seem to have any problem with lagging, so that's a pretty great deal. There's the stat. In all reality, this would be the pullback or the continuation zone, or a B, in a trigger zone, and now stopped out and crying your eyes out. So there you go. I'm going to go back over here and try to download the data to straighten this mess out right here. That's really, this is really not working right. IRT. One of the things I'm not sure about, but I don't really know what to do, is if I've just got too much load on the computer with the stream. Because the stream and OBS is all coming off of this same machine. The problem is Bookmap has no problem with it. And I think it's because IRT is old enough that it's, and I know very definitely it's single thread. And you see just how well that VPOC migration would have worked. Yeah, I can't get it. Still haven't closed this gap. That's just real frustrating. Over here, the gap in the data. God damn. Real irritating. So consequently, none of the signaling can be correct. Yeah. I guess maybe just restart the whole damn thing over again. That might help. I think I will. I'm going to just restart IRT again. I hope this isn't screwing up people that are using the session prices, but, you know. It won't even shut down. And now it's going to try to think about shutting down. Wow. I guess since I don't trade on IRT, it wouldn't push the session prices, though. Son of a bitch. I was going to say I have 3 machines in here. The lower monitors on my 4-monitor rack, which is in front of me, are the trading machine, and the one on the other standing desk over there. So there's 3. The 2 top monitors on this rack are run by another machine. And then there's a 3rd one around the corner that's my old workstation for email and all that noise. What I was going to say was I could actually, look at this shit. I could actually run IRT on that upper machine, but then That's where I monitor the stream, and that how am I going to get my session levels here? So that's not very convenient. That would be a big exercise. And I'm, I try to avoid exercise. Not really, but, you get the point. Yeah. And now look at it. It's really upside down. What the hell? Well, this is about, look how screwed up IRT is now. I just restarted it. Look at this mess over here. It's, according to this, we're up here teasing the IB high. I'm pretty sure that's not the case. If it is, I'm really upside down. Bookmap is even further upside down. So I guess the session levels are probably way off. I'm going to have to do something. I don't know what. Throw something in the, wow, what a freaking mess. I'm going to have to throw something in TLab that the session levels are tits up. I guess. I don't know. This is a big mess here. Jesus Christ. I guess I really broke it this time, huh? That's just ridiculous. I don't exactly know what to say here either. Or even more importantly, I don't know what to do. Download the data, I guess, and see if that helps. Well, there we go. That's a little better. Okay. Jesus Christ. Well, that looks like it's pretty much okay again. So, naked volume points of control. Get this up here. Yeah, I guess it's all right. That seems to be okay. Open this one up for those boys and girls. IRT has when I've looked into, there's a couple of, how to run an efficient IRT and those kind of things, videos over there from Chad. Ooh, you notice when I open this, these are blank basically, and then they update. When they're not visible, I have them set that when they're not visible, the chart themselves don't update, but any levels or indicators continually recalculate. So it kind of defeats my purpose, I think. I think that's okay. The lows, 74.5. That's about right. Okay, lag is ridiculous continually. What's going on over here? I guess we're okay. This little white nub right down here, if you're watching this, is where we're trading currently on the candlestick, by the way. And the market profile is, you can put this line in the asterisk, so. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3 times a lady, right? And then you get salt pounded in your ass when you go for this VPOC migration here. Yeah. I don't know what to think about it. I tell you one thing I am going to do here, I think, is get over here. Well, we came back to life. Look at this. Okay. Get rid of the fractals. Now, nothing has happened, and that's okay. This would have been, this would not have been what I was starting to say way back when this fell over. My signals are a little more granular than the typical just, okay, price revisited the overnight or the IB high or low, which happened right here. Okay. Me on that? Nope, you're not. Okay, which happened right here. But this is not a signal for me, an A signal, because I have a criteria which says that the previous bar to the signal bar is fine. Open is high, higher than the low, and the bar penetrates the initial balance low. But my requirement is that the bar preceding the signal bar open higher than the close, and that did not do so here. My thinking was, when I did that, I want to see price doing this, right? I don't want to see price jumping up and down and then just a low zoom down there and take the stat. So my thinking was that I would have kind of continuity of price trending into the level. So this is accurately not a signal, an A signal, and there's why there's no flag up here, and there would not be a signal marker because of all this starting and stopping and whatnot. But that's how it goes. It may be easier to see like this, I suppose. You see, here's the signal bar. There's the initial balance low. The open penetrates the low, and the close is below the open. At one point, I had a requirement the close needed to be below the initial balance, but that didn't seem like it was getting me too far. So, I've tried to change some of these rules around as time has gone by. This all started in November. But this rule remains the same, or this criteria remains the same. Also, I've added this moving, well, it doesn't matter because there is no signal, but anyway, and get rid of this opening range gizmo over here. Okay, so it seems like we're back to business. Are we flagged? Are we lagged? 5 second lag, so we'll let it think a while. And make sure that the system is pushed over here. And it is not, you see? The system is not plotting over here. So even if I had a signal correctly presented, it would not have plotted the trade, because in the course of that falling over on its head and me restarting and whatnot, I've had to send this to the chart once again, and I'm going to go like that right there. Now it would be over here, and the way you tell that is right there. This is the trade system on this instrument, periodicity, and there's the system name, which is right here. There you go. Okay, well, that was fun. Oh, man. All I want to do is one good trade a day and, roll around the shack till the mail train comes back. And when you say it fast, it seems so... It's like, well, sure, I can take one trade out of this market every day. Handful of points. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who do, but for some reason, it seems like I've overthought it, or, I'm so disappointed that things were going so well with this our opening range trade, our initial balance trade, and then all of a sudden pear-shaped. So that's not been fun. Okay. Well, it looks like the system has kind of got itself back together again. I guess. So let's see what's going on around the world here. Well, nothing. Trump is not, or none of those folks have thrown anything into the market or into the schedule yet, so that's a good thing. Earnings are still going crazy, of course. What's Ground News have to say? Got another one, huh? Epstein Files, got another one. CEO of the World Economic Forum. Wow. Funny, isn't it, that all these people are dropping right, left, and center, except right here in the center of where it all happened. And those guys are walking around like they're a smug bunch of assholes. It's going to be, I'm sorry that I'm so old. It would be real interesting to be, another 15 or 20 years or something from now and see how history looks at this period. It will be, I'm sure, pretty interesting. Well, now, nothing for me as far as the initial balance trades would be concerned. This was borderline mid VWAP to VPOC, one of I think Tom's trades or somebody's. As I pointed out, the migrating VPOC worked like $1 million until it didn't, which is the problem. And it can be one of those situations where it's just you keep your risk to reward so small, you just throw them out there. You put them out there to work for you. But if you do that, you've got to remember that this is not a line. This is not straight down, For example, let's be assuming that it went down here and you see this buyers that don't get any place. Now, just looking at these, my initial thought from way back when was, okay, there's the migration. Buyers didn't get anywhere. We come low, we come up and test it. This would be, in my opinion, the short. That's what I'd been looking for, which is, in this case, is perfect, right? Down we go, and down we go, and down we go. about over here? Well, this is kind of hard to call as a VPOC migration, I guess. And how specific are you? Are you just, are you one tick above or below the return and the retest? You have to be specific, because if you're backtesting this thing, there's no discretion involved. The computer says, sorry, you didn't get short here because you told me backtest to the level, not one tick above the level, to the level. That's the part that makes it a lot more complicated than it sounds when you're listening to YouTube. And what I was going to point out was, if you're ahead of the game right here, you're stopped out, depending on your stop, of course. But there's 37 and there's 42. That's 5 handled. So, yeah. It sounds real easy to do when you say it fast, but then actually do it. Actually get yourself out a pencil and paper or whatever you need to do and come up with the specific rules with no discretion to backtest that. I'd love, and if you get it, be sure you send me a copy. How magic it would be to have the yellow brick road just lead you along. But my thinking isn't, even if you look over here, which is, I think, where we are. So here, you look over here, right? I try to keep the colors all the same between IRT and bookmap. So the yellow guy here is the developing value area low, or developing VPOC. So here's the shift. So we test up again, come down, test over it. Where would your entry be? The retest below it? The retest 2 ticks above it? Yeah, I don't know. testing this low volume area around the mids and the VWAPs. In both the current session and the overnight. And remember that these high and low volume nodes here are from the micro composite. So this is a big, and obviously it's a low volume zone because it's the gap. Oh, man. Yeah, boy, wouldn't that have been a sweet get on right there? Of course, hindsight, rearview mirror, boy. How can you beat it? How can you beat that? Okay, so welcome here. Like, subscribe. If you don't want to do either one of those things, just send money. You know, that's always. Do I sound like a preacher down here? Oh, that's the really funny part about it. You know, most of these YouTube people, I don't know if they can actually trade or not, but they have a gift of something in that they can get a lot of followers, and they make apparently you make real big money doing that. Or can do. You know, like 25 to 50,000 a month and stuff like that. Wow. I mean, what a pleasure. Good for them. The only thing that irritates me is when it's these types that are just, you know, will do anything to make that money with no regard for the people, for what the information they're putting out. That's the part I find really bad. Like these opening range trade guys, you know, that I don't know if anybody within earshot here, does anybody know an opening range trade that works? I don't consistently. And that's why I've coded it up, and I'm backtesting various ones who, you know, proclaim that they've got a great system. The peachy chick and the gal who likes bananas and, you know, various people. Because I love to have I have no preconceived ideas about whether that a strategy like that works or not. I just want to code up the rules the way they put them forward and see if it works. Then do a back test. Do it, you know, systematically and methodically with real data. If it works, great. Even over on Top Step, and now Hogan, those guys, or I don't know whether they still do. It's been a long time since I was listening to them, but they didn't ever do it that I remember on ES. They would do it on oil or gold. Maybe that's it. Put on an opening range trade. In other words, and they did it real simply. They would do a 1 minute opening range. They would put an entry long above and an entry short below, resting, you know, limit order. And whichever one brought them into the market, then their stop would go on the other side. And there they go. Now, they either got stopped or they got a profit. And they would usually let it run till the end of the day if they didn't stop out. That doesn't work in my backtesting either. I will say that I backtested all on the ES or the MES, and I did do a couple of opening range trade back test to see with one of the systems from somebody whose name I forgot on the NQ, because that's the instrument that it was a guy that he said he used. So, you know, I used to track the ES, the MES, the NQ, the MNQ, oil, CL both ways, and at one point gold. But I've paired all of that stuff off my systems, trying to get rid of lags and delays. Even though this is a pretty powerful machine, I thought. What are you going to do? Who are you going to call? Now, if you want to be rodding the squad, then this would be a VPOC or a VWAP and mid, you know, test to VPOC, but it's not very much of a, got a pretty big low volume node through here, and that coincides, of course, with the gap from yesterday. And I am sick of that shit. Not something I'm going to do, but there you go. One hour past the IB. We have taken the statistic in its rudimentary form right here. IB low, IB high. My criteria are these pullback and continuation zones and then the trigger. I don't have a signal here, and so I don't have any wouldn't have had even a remotely suggested trade because of the rules as I have them written. And this being the signal bar, the bar previous to that needs to be open higher than the close instead of the vice versa here when approaching the IB low. The theory being I want price to be going in that direction, going lower. Maybe that's, who knows. You got to just figure out where you think to start and then start developing the rules around that. And the way I've developed the rules toward the point they are now is I started with basics and then you backtest it over a substantial statistically significant data set. I use 500 days. Then you have that backtest and you record those values and you make the change in one rule that you want to change. You can't change more than one. You got to make one change at a time and then run the backtest. Is it better or is it worse? That's the only way I know to approach it systematically so that you don't just get, immediately upside down. Change three things at once. What the hell? Which change made the difference, right? I mean, it's just logic. And I'm a long way from any trade today, obviously. Nothing happened down here, and we've got the IB up there and the IB low down here, and that's the next thing. Now, I'm trading through RTH2, so it's possible, but oh, man, this goddamn weather here. Whew. My little baby blues are falling out of my head. I guess they're grays now. They're not blues anymore as much as they used to be. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of people have a lot of very definite rules. For example, if you want to be real basic about it, this is a 3-bar reversal right here. Down, up above this second bar, the first bar, and that would be a long. Well, wouldn't that be pleasure? If you're looking at a 3-bar reversal. However, no, none of these are really the 3-bar either. You might call this one a 3-bar reversal, but it didn't quite go the way it should have gone. And that would have been the entry, and of course you'd have been stopped out. That's the beauty of the rearview mirror. Double top. Oh, that's a big one. That got everybody excited. Tweezer top, whatever. We were talking about the VPOC migration earlier, and that's clear. Would be such a pleasure to have a statistic that works because it's so obvious. But that's A, so that's pretty easy to figure out. It's kind of like my A down here. It's easy to see that the initial balance, has been exceeded. But then what? Well, do you qualify it on a percentage of the of the points drop in the migration? Do you wait for a retest? Have something above the IB be a pullback and then down and then a retest? Do you have what would be the amount down you would live with before the retest? I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. I got no clue. I've thought about this, as you might imagine, a lot. Over here, it looks like this. There we are. There's that, but it ended up being a double top as far as candlesticks over there. Over here, it looks pretty clean, doesn't it? There's the retest, there's your short, and then Bob's your uncle. But I don't know. And I realize nothing's a sure deal, and but I approach this not from a trading point of view with discretion, but from a point of view of coding up the specific rules so that I can backtest and vet a system and have a statistical verified edge or not, and then proceed with trading it. And that's, I guess, where I'm just hung up. And I wish there was somewhere where people were successfully trading, really trading vetted setups and open as I am to, here's how I vet them. Here are the rules. This is how I came up with those. This is what I do. Here's the back test. Here's my back test results. Here's the back test result. Every one of these lines is the back test. Various what ifs, trying to figure out exactly what the hell went goofy with. I'm going to stop that. I hate that thing continually seeking. It looks to me like it's sucking up bandwidth and whatever else. Keep that shut off, I think, after the pre-market. Yeah, I don't know. Thinking out loud here. Remember, that's the only way I get what I'm thinking into the stream. The video captures everything I'm looking at, but yeah. So what do you do here? Do you say, okay, it's going to be a mid VWAP VPOC. We're going to test up here and get short? It's not a trade I have anything. I have zero statistics about that. Except for back when I first started with the TLab and hearing about these various VPOC migration and these kind of setups, I would trade what I thought was the right way to go without any kind of back testing or any kind of proper statistical analysis of the stuff of the, of any part of these trades. But I did have a pretty comprehensive journal where I could enter my trade data. Disaster. Some of these were, this one in particular was a disaster. These mid VWAP VPOCs, bullshit. I never could come up with it. Like I said earlier on in the discussion, it's how the hell can you miss the yellow brick road, right? How can you miss where that goes? but tell me what the parameters are that validate over a statistically significant data set that is a valid setup with a positive edge. I would love to know. So would Antonio. We laugh about it frequently that I say, well, here's your favorite trade. We both yuck it up because we both got spanked enough times with the damn thing that it is not. Okay, are we rich yet? Let's check. No, not yet. Okay. I came across something pretty interesting that I haven't finished developing yet, which is a table, I guess you could call it, a statistic table about risk to reward ratios and their probabilities. So when I'm through with that, I'll share it here. I'm also thinking about, this is just random thinking, right? But to do with the stream, making some videos about the backtesting in detail. And, you know, that's the first thing that pops into my mind. Or this thing about, you know, risk to reward and the whole thing about risk neutral setup and those things, making some videos, short, you know, videos rather than this ridiculously long stream every day, which is for a reason, of course, to ensure transparency and accountability, that would be available to people that might be handy. I don't know. Which reminds me, I'm not hearing any Mookie here. To be honest with you, I don't ever hear any music anyway. I don't ever hear the music because I don't have speakers here in my office. If I want to listen to it, I have to put on a headset. So if it's horrible or too loud or something like that, throw something in the chat. I guess at some point I could. The reason I don't want to do that is that it gets backfeed. I don't want feedback to the mic and things. And I'm, you know, I need to focus on what I'm thinking about, not grooving out over here. But I do think it's handy. I do, when I'm listening to somebody else stream or whatever else, which I don't do very much, but it's pleasant to have something going on in the background there in the dead air. That was something that I might share too, incidentally. Why not? Any of these YouTube things you see that says, you know, lo-fi trading music, great streaming background, whatever. I tried all of that stuff. And YouTube has real strict rules about copyright and those things, and every one of them, even though they say, you know, royalty-free, whatever it is, every one of them got a copyright strike. I ended up paying for, and I pay monthly for Epidemic Sound, an Epidemic Sound account, which is lots of different music and stuff. But I ended up paying for it monthly to have an account which has got this stream specifically referenced to not get strikes. And I've had one or two even with this, but I have a, you know, I answer I dispute the strike immediately and say, this is, you know, I have an account with Epidemic Sound, and if this is not royalty-free music, please let me know immediately, because I'm paying for what is represented to be such. And I've never had another follow-up about any of them. But just in case you're streaming yourself or whatever else, or you're curious about the music, there you go. And let's see what's happening over here. Well, Dr. Trumpley's Agent Orange is not up to any tricks yet. Okay. And we're a hell of a long way from the IB high or the IB low, so technically, I've got no trades in the hopper. Now, if I was a hurry, scurry, and blurry guy, I'd be clicking all over this mess, figuring out gonna get a short out of it, or a long or short, or a long or short. Let me say another thing. I refer to it as monkey mind. Tom calls it, talks about Hyde, like Jekyll and Hyde, and I don't know what Tom the trader, I don't know, psychology, I guess. We need to realize that these emotions and these triggers that are cooked into our neural pathways come down through the ages in our evolution, right? Like FOMO, and wanting, desire to be right, and that kind of thing. And it probably served us well at one point on the savannah or wherever the hell we were. You see the grass wiggling, and there's two guys. One of them jumps behind a tree because he's risk averse, and the other one is risk seeking, goes and kicks the grass, and he ended up something's lunch. So he didn't get his genes to pass down. We did. And therefore, you and I have risk aversion, FOMO, desire to be right, all those kind of things. And I don't think we're ever going to get rid of that I don't think I will ever get rid of that. And I think it's futile to try to eliminate that from your psyche. I think the thing to do, or my approach, is to be constantly, vigilantly aware of what's going on in the here and now. Am I feeling emotion? Is this FOMO? Am I, having an adrenaline rush or a dopamine hit or whatever the hell it is? And then say, thanks a lot, monkey boy. Now go out in the backyard and play. And, because my monkey mind is acting up, and not overclick and do all those kind of things. That's just, right. What made me think of that was right here, right now. Okay. And had you shorted, you'd be scaled. If you're using a risk neutral 2 lot like I have, I'd be scaled, and I'd be thinking, okay, great, let's see if this goes on down there, because it's risk neutral now, so the worst going to happen is a scratch. And it may materialize to be a mid to VWAP VPOC trade, and wouldn't that be lovely? 20 30 handles. 10 to 80. So I think that's really important to put out every day. And remember that I'm talking to myself most of the time here. So let me also say something. I believe very definitely that our subconscious, our monkey mind, listens to what we tell it, specifically what we articulate verbally. We put the energy into verbalizing it. And this is not, some random theory I just dreamed up. There's a lot of pretty famous psychologists that agree. And so your monkey mind or your subconscious goes, oh, okay, you're a loser, you overclick. All right, great, so we're going to do that. Now, I'm standing here having some FOMO, right? Because I'm talking about taking this short down here, being scaled, and I'm thinking there was a brief moment there that FOMO went through my head. Well, I don't chase. I don't overtrade. I don't just click the mouse randomly. So that's not a problem for me, but that's something that you need to recognize and be constantly vigilant about. And don't say out loud to yourself, I just can't help myself from overtrading. Of course you can. You're an adult. There you go. Pull up your boots. And believe me, this is, we all started the same way. Well, I would hope that you didn't actually. But I certainly had FOMO and didn't recognize it and overtraded and spent, a lot of money chasing and getting hammered. You chase down here and you get short, and now you're convinced it's short, and then of course they go up there and stop you out. That's the name of the game. It's called manufactured liquidity. Typically in the early part of the market, though, in the early part of the session. So yeah, I'm wondering what's for breakfast. I'm hungry. And here are these pullback and continuation and trigger zones that I mentioned from my initial balance trade, which push across to book map here at 9:30. This is just the session price indicator, and I push these levels to it. I can also replace that with the session prices, and anything else you want to push. If you want to put the opening range, or whatever you want to do. It's an export from it's an export from IRT. I've got so much worked out and hooked up between my IRT and my book map and whatever else. I'm not sure. Rod and those guys are talking about switching to zero chart. I don't know if I'm up to that work, And not to mention that I provide the session prices to a lot of people, and the TLab snap and all that kind of thing. It would be great to cut the price way back and I'm not so much worried about, it would be nice to reduce the price, obviously, because I'm not profitable at this moment, but the work. Oof. And from my point of view, the good part would be is more than as much as the reduced price would be if I could do something that was multi-thread and get rid of all this freaking delays and stuff. The reason I believe that to be IRT, my system is a 12900K i9 with 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM and RTX NVIDIA RTX 3060 12 gig GPU, which is probably a weak link in the thing. But when I'm having all these lags with IRT, now it's not, of course, that I talk about that. Now there's no lags going on here, which is fine. But when I'm having that issue and I open up Armory Crate or whatever to look at what's really going on with the system, nothing's ever over 25 or 30%. So what the hell is going on, And I'm talking about CPU or RAM or GPU. So I think it's got to be the system itself. I think it's got to be the system itself. There's actually a video in IRT about where Chad has a graph or a chart of the volume, daily volume. It's just breathtaking, what chart am I on? Okay, it's like for example, this is baseline, right? And for years it travels along like that, and then it just goes like that. And I guess he recognized at that time that, IRT just can't keep up with it, especially single threading. It just can't do the math. I guess. That's an interesting video, though, if you go there. And I think anybody can go there. I don't think you need to be a subscriber because it's YouTube-ish, right? So I don't think you need to be a subscriber to look at those videos or an IRT. I don't think you need to be paying anybody. So this VWAP VPOC is working out lovely, and for those of you who jumped on it, there's 10 handles, there's 12 handles. So that would have been, if I took my own advice and entered right here, short, that would have been double targets. So 60 ticks. Now, a way to approach this, and maybe it's just, I've got to recalibrate my thinking. And it's called, I even have a thing for this here somewhere around here. Let me try to get some stuff in the deal. There we go. I try to keep a accurate chapter marker list running through the day, because I know for one, I'm not gonna, stand here and listen to 12 hours again or 7 hours again. So I want to be able to jump to things I'm interested in. For example, this asymmetrical trade location. Okay, would I? Here we are at the mid VWAP. All right, we test back up here again. If you shorted right here, had I shorted right here, and put a stop right there, asymmetrical location just above that, yeah, okay, that's not any kind of a vetted trade that I have. Maybe I should look at doing that. But that's an asymmetrical trade location, and you're gonna, in your mind, in my mind, that's a failure. This thesis of the short fails if it gets above there, if it gets past these stops. So if I took a long here and a stop up here, whatever that would be, 2 handles, 3 handles, and that's just the risk, right? That's another way, and perhaps the correct way to approach it, because look at right now, beautiful, huh? Look out, VPOC migration back up here. Lovely trade though. Mid VWAP. Very asymmetrical trade location, assuming that you did that. One over here. Sorry, mute. It was on mute. Sorry about that. What I'm saying here is that look at this volume. It's 146% volume at this time of day, looking back for 20 days. That's a lot. And the ATR is down at only three points per 1 minute bar. Okay, now what? VPOC migration the other way, and it sells off. Yeah, I think this is going to be one of those days. Didn't get anywhere with the VPOC or the initial balance trade here, the first test, and as the day wears on, we're now approaching RTH2. I'm less confident and less enthusiastic about them. These VPOC migrations are just, not to belabor the point, but boy, if anybody's got a great, consistently profitable methodology about that, throw something in the chat to my old ears. Here's one, profitable. Here's the next one, got hammered. And here's one up and hammered. Yeah. They're working as expected. And here we have the initial balance statistic system. And nothing going on. Okay. Well, my edge has not come back here. As far as this strategy, I've been working on another one. Close. The close only works in horseshoes and hand grenades. It doesn't work here. Boy, my ear sounds funny to me. I don't know why. Right, so here we are at the top of the world famous Power Hour. Pretty non-eventful day for me here. I'm going to focus on some new strategies. Trying to figure out a way to sort out some sort of a meaningful micro VPOC migration, and a couple others that I've got in the back of my mind here I've been working on while I'm been muted these past little while. The problem, I guess, well, the first place to start, I suppose, is that this is a, hold on, all kinds of crazy looking things happening here, I think. Well, as I was saying earlier, approaching this as a statistical business, not as a video game or gambling, I need to identify various patterns and their parameters, and then the most important part is backtest them. And that's the real key, because if you don't have the statistics, what can you do? You know, you're just gambling. So I try to go over the backtesting thing kind of every day at about this time. I'm working on something new here. This is the system that I've vetted so far, and it's the initial balance trades. Nothing happened here. No signals, no triggers, no trades. That's fine. Several important keys to put forward here at this point. This chart has nothing to do with this actual trading system. It only serves as a place to visualize what's going on in the system so that I can know things are happening when and where I expect them to. That's important to me to verify. Another thing that's really important here is until I am confident that I have the system built out exactly the way I want to, and understand the nuances of actually trading live from IRT, which is considerably different than backtesting, because live trading, you've got to send the order to the broker, wait for confirmation from the broker, get the entry price or the entry price or the stop price or whatever it was confirmed back from the broker, and then adjust that price in IRT. So you can imagine there's a whole bunch of steps there that don't happen in the backtest. Until I have that worked out, anything that I take over here is going to be in the IRT simulator. Same as it would be for backtesting. So that's the important part. Then I can send this system to the chart, and it will plot, like, let me show you one right here. From yesterday, there was one trade. It's a scratch on the initial balance high. That's how it would plot. And I know that that's just going on inside of the system, inside of the backtester, the backtest engine, and then in this chart. Not, in other words, within the simulated environment in IRT. That's really important for me to put forward, because the whole thrust of this stream is to be absolutely transparent and accountable. And over here, any trades that I place on Bookmap or live into my live AMP futures account, funded with my own money. So one of the things I want to do here is shut off. Well, first of all, let's cancel all, let no, and shut off the trade control panel now. No possibility of an accidental entry of any kind, because at this point I'm not taking any trades, or not going to have any signals, but if I did, I wouldn't take them. And that's a huge difference. What I've been doing, which hasn't worked very well, is when I see a signal or a trade entered over here by the system, I quick like a bunny try to replicate it as fast as I can over here in Bookmap with the actual trade and with real money. That's where that's at. And it's gone not very well. I've been in a drawdown now. The system worked quite well for, I don't know, couple months, month and a half, 2.5 months, I guess. And then it started into a drawdown. And when you're backtesting and when you're trading a statistically verified system, until it gets out of parameters, you can't, and you should very definitely not make any changes, right? And so I just had to stay there and stand there and keep taking trades, as they were signaled until I reached more consecutive stops in a row than the backtesting suggested I should. At that point, I've basically gone auto discretion, shut it off, and I've tried to figure out what's going on. Did the edge collapse? Was there a dynamic or a substantial change in the marketplace, in volatility, for example? That's what I've got to figure out. I'm not going to stand here like a fool and die of 1,000 cuts, even though that's why I'm trading micros. But still, it's $25, $30 every time. So that's where we are in general at this point. This is my backtest or my system for the initial balance trades. Real simple. Price trades down, puts in the signal for the initial balance low, can either go into the continuation zone or the pullback zone, comes back to the trigger. Bob's your uncle. We either go IBC, IB continuation, which would be continuate on, or IB failure, which is a mean reversion trade. Now, in neither one of these cases, at no place to date was there a signal triggered at all. So there's no trade. And that's fine with me. I don't have any problem with that at all. I know very well that happens a lot. So that's not the part that's a problem. The part that's a problem for me is that in the backtesting there was 7 consecutive stops in a row, and so far this has gone to 10. I figured I'd go a couple more for good measure, and so there I quit until I figure out what's happened. So there's what it is. Now the reason that I believe so strongly in backtesting is in order to have a statistical result, everything has got to be the same. Every occurrence in the sample set has to be exactly the same. So there's 2 things that suggests. First of all, you better not have 50 rules, or you're going to play hell coding that up so that it works properly. This system has 3. There's an A, a B, and a trigger. A takes the initial balance high or low. B, it trades into the continuation or the pullback zone, and the trigger is from either one of these. It comes back to the trigger area here, or back to the trigger area here, and that signals the trade. Okay, but those rules are specific. For example, let's look right here today. Okay, this would look like, if you were not familiar with the system, this would look like an A right here, right? Because here comes price down through there, and it comes through the initial balance low. But there's no A and there's no signal. Why? Well, because part of the requirement is not met. And this is why it's so important, in my opinion, to backtest with a computer rather than try to do it manually. For example, in this case, the bar prior to the signal bar must have an open higher than the close. That's exactly why this isn't a valid entry, a valid signal. Well, if you're trying to do that manually by scrolling back through the charts for 5 years worth of 1 minute candles, which I happen to know is 200 plus thousand candles, good luck. I don't see how in the world you could possibly do that. And that's only one of 3 rules. And there can, and the rules can be written. Does it penetrate into the zone? Does it penetrate through the zone? Does the stop have to be, or does the close have to be below the IB? Or, does it matter? All of those kind of nuances that you have determined to be important rules for the system have to be captured exactly. So I realized quickly that there was no way in frickin' hell I was going to be able to do that manually, even with this chart built so that I could see where stuff was supposed to happen and when. So these are just custom indicators, by the way, that I drew up to replicate the actual rules. So there you go. There we go. Back to the IRT backtest engine and backtest environment. Here are the rules as I have defined them so far. I'm going to set up the backtests. The instrument, contracts, the session, the reports I want. How many days should we go back and look? Let's look at 500 days back. Most recent 500 trading days. Ready? This will blow your mind. Doesn't mind every time. There you go. The system took 9 seconds to accurately and without any discretion evaluate each one of these rules specifically. If it says close above or high above or whatever, specifically, each one of these rules over every 1 minute candle. And that is 223,521 times candles. It's amazing to me. And then here's the results of here's the general results. Took 726 trades, long, short, cash capital required per trade, maximum favorable excursion to $1.85, maximum adverse excursion is 45. Net profit per day, trades per day, long, short, all that stuff. Then we have this information, which I find real meaningful for doing the calculations. Of 726 trades, there's 442 wins, an average of 43.43. 141 losses, an average of 12.52. That's 29 consecutive winners and 5 consecutive losers. Now, because this is not 75, this is all predicated on how the system was how the parameters were set up before the backtest, and that's done here in the main. So it's a 12-tick stop, 12-tick T1, 48-tick T2, but when the price reaches T1, it automatically trails the stop to break even or to entry. That's why there's no losses and why the average winner and average loser are different than you would expect. Typically with 12, 12, and 48, you would expect average loss of 30 or stop of 30. And you'd expect the average winner or the winner to be about 75, which would be T1 and T2. And this works in dollars rather than ticks. And Chad coded it up with dollars years ago, and there you go. Didn't bother me. So anyway, we have that information. And then on top of everything else, you have this information, which is every one of 752 trades exactly the moment you entered, the exit T1, the exit T2, what the dollar value was, what the prices were, when it happened, etc. Every one of them. Scroll through as far as you want to go. You can see the little bar, and there's the bottom. And you can also send this, if you want to, you can send this to the chart, and you can go back through and see the graphic representation of each one of these. Now, to me, that's the only way to really determine if you have an edge that's been statistically vetted to trade or not. And I take it a little different step further now. And do this. And each one of these lines is a backtest. Up above here is minis, or the minis, these are micros. And here's the most recent I've been playing with, trying to come up with some different values. You know, the instrument, the tick value, the periodicity, stop, T1, T2, number of contracts, was there a trail or not, trail to what was the, what's the trade time? This was full, in other words, this is full session, this is 60 to 450, this is 60 to 150. So remember, I had those trade and don't trade areas that I can now filter in and out for RTH1, RTH2, RTH3, VMA, the volume moving average, and then the ATR. And you get days, trades, winning trade, average winner, losing trades, average loser, win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R multiple, risk reward, profit factor, you know, on and on and on. Consecutive winners, consecutive losers, number of longs, number of shorts, profit, P&L, commissions, net. And if you want to go even further, you can do Sharp and Sortino. And the way I do changes is, this was the rule as it was before, and this is how I've changed it or added to it or whatever I've done. And the only way that I see to do this systematically is, for example, if I want to change, I don't know, let's say on that first rule, if I don't care if the close is below the initial balance low, I just want the low of the candle to be below the initial balance low, then before I make any change, I run a back test. Then I make that one change, and then I run a back test and see if it made a material difference one way or the other. That's all I know how to do. And I've also done something similar to sizing. And this is my methodology for sizing, which is purely mechanical, will be. And I'm talking between micro and mini. So based on a risk-neutral two-lot package for both the micro and the mini, I will trade 1.33 times. I need to accumulate 1.33 times, that's the scale factor, the risk-neutral two-lot mini full stop. And when that occurs over here, then I immediately and automatically will trade minis instead of micros. I don't know what else to do. That's the only way I know to approach this stuff with any kind of, you know, there's a lot of numbers and a lot of moving parts here. So this has got to be systematic and it's got to be methodical. And if you let it get away from you once, if I let it get away from me once, it's going to just be a screaming mess and basically start over. You know, you change three things at the same time. What the hell made the difference? What didn't? What are you going to remember? You get the point. So that's where I am with backtesting. And now I'm going to work on the next couple of strategies I've come across that look sort of interesting. Because obviously it's very clear that I've got to get more than one or more than, hopefully 2 or 3 different vetted setups in my trade plan, my arsenal, so that I can have options. That's all I know to do. And that's where I am. Okay, so, any questions, drop them in the chat. Any suggestions, even better yet, put them in the chat. Thanks for coming by the way. I appreciate it. I'm in it for the likes and subs, so that I really appreciate that. And any comments in the chat. I'll be looking at the market recap at about at the bottom of this hour, and then we'll have the market on close imbalance at 1450. So there you go. I'll be back in a few minutes, 10 minutes, I guess. No, I forgot I was busy trying to do this code thing. So, yeah, the market recap. Okay, let's think about that. Well, there you have it. Yesterday was a huge gap up. We didn't get any place into the gap. Today, we immediately closed the gap and have traded lower all day and holding below at midpoint of the big drop. Here is the IRT version of that. Here was yesterday's RTH session, and here we are today. The NQ, MNQ, or micro. And here's a real good representation of what happened. We got buyers came in here and brought it back up. But I don't know what to say. I don't know what to think, actually. That looks like irrational exuberance to me, extraordinaire, but what are you going to do? Today's Thursday. Tomorrow, I think there's some news out tomorrow. Let's check. It might be a report too. Let's have a look at that. First of all, I guess I should start fresh. Mine somewhere else. Bookmap. The trade control panel, which means how you trade or not. You can toggle that off and on here. I have it off on purpose. This is the price ladder of the dome. These are resting liquidity orders, absolutely not traded, just resting liquidity. Both sides. These are these are ask or offers, and these are bids. This is the micro composite column, which I enter manually, and then these high and low volume nodes are pushed automatically from the micro composite chart in IRT. From this chart right over here, these red and green lines, and this micro composite VPOC, etc., are what I have entered over here. Now we've taken out this volume pointer control, so we can get rid of that. We can get rid of this one. Those are from yesterday and the day before. And this is the full session volume profile started plotting last night at 1700, and this is the delta and the RTH volume profile from today. The statistics column, which we go through every morning during the pre-market, how to define that and set that up with their associated prices. And these are the price levels, which are pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap. No indicators over here, just very simple price action and volume, POC, VWAP, mid, initial bounds, low and high. That's about it. The rest of it is just common sense by their names, their abbreviation. Micro, yes, micro and Q. My high time frame micro composite chart for the micro, yes. In IRT, any of the charts in the header will have the chart name, which is meaningless to you, the instrument, the periodicity, the chart type, and the session. Daily MES chart. And there you go. So every one of these candles is a daily candlestick. Wherever the price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. And that generates a micro composite POC and these high and low volume nodes. That's all there's to it. Try to keep things as simple as I can. This is the market profile chart for just the ES, the mini. Hey, look. That volume has been high all day, and this is the 1 minute ATR. I do track and plot the same exact configuration for the minis as I do the micros here. Just FYI. Yeah, let's look at the important stuff here. Let's get on to what we have to deal with tomorrow. Well, there's the backtesting stuff we were just talking about. So first and foremost here, I want to open the investing.com. This is my typical go-to news source. It's free. That's why there's all these ads everywhere. This is today. These are the reports that we had out today. Tomorrow, what are we looking at? PPI, Chicago PMI. And that's kind of it for tomorrow. The PPI and the Chicago PMI are out. And the PPI, yeah. Also, we have earnings here. Now, let me point out that this is investing.com. They only deal with normal, everyday, usual, expected, I don't know how to say it, economic calendar events. And you can filter both of these sources out, whatever, however you would like, whatever country, time zone, reports you want, etc. So you're never going to see some political guy going to give a speech or a press conference or something reflected over here. Notice that any of these event headings turn into a URL. So if you want to see what the core PPI means or what to think about it, you can click that. Or the Chicago PMI, you can click here and it'll show you the report and who puts it out and what the most recent releases have been. Very handy stuff. Nowadays, I also use Financial Juice here. And one of the reasons for that is you can filter it. It's free. And however, you can't click any of these, I don't think, and see what they're about. Maybe you can. It looks like a URL there, but I've not tried that. I'm not sure what to think about that. But for example, I can't see anything there. I don't see anything there on the bid, no URL there. So I don't know. Anyway, they do pick up random things, events, which have become obvious in this recent, period that or our recent environment that could possibly have an impact on our auction, press conference, signing administrative orders, whatever, those kind of things that will not show up in investing.com, but that will be pulled over here. So I really appreciate that because, in my opinion, the objective of every trader, what we really are is risk managers. Our objective is to maintain and preserve our account. Only can do that by risk management. So if there's some random thing that can come floating out of the sky and have a huge impact on the market, our auction, we want to know about that in advance to manage that potential risk. It's got nothing to do with politics. It's got to do with risk management. And on the right side over here is more of a squawk box where we will see the market on close and balance orders at 1450. So that's pretty much, it's been kind of a dud as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to get back to coding up the stuff I'm working on over here and hopefully get some of that in line. Yeah. Every day, every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time, the stream starts with a complete pre-market. I set up a book map and IRT and all the statistics and analyze what we think are going to happen. Well, take a look at what reports are on the deck for the day and have a look at any an analysis of the pre-market and what I expect the opening will be like and what kind of trade to look forward to. Or that I will be looking forward to. And then the market opens at 8 o'clock and it streams live and direct continuous until 1500. which is the cash close. The reason for that is complete transparency and accountability. No trades taken off the stream, period, absolute, case closed, and any trades taken are graphically represented in Bookmap for all the world to see and for all time. And they are live, funded accounts, the live market, AMP futures, my money, simple. And at the end of every day would be this, which has nothing in it today, but that's a complete breakdown of any trades through the day, and it's detailed, to microseconds for entry and stuff like that. So that's where we are for today, and tomorrow is going to be not too interesting. We got NVIDIA out of the way last night. In case you missed that, I kept the stream going for NVIDIA for the earnings. In case you missed that, that's the NVIDIA earning right there. And we sold way off and kind of got close to again, and now we sold off again. So try to be as transparent and clear as I can. It's my virtual trading journal. So I'm sharing everything I do openly with full transparency. No, nothing behind a paywall or any secret stuff or anything like that. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And also, it's not my way or the highway. If you have a consistently profitable, good idea, please share it in the chat. Let us know. If you think what I'm doing is nuts and I should do something different, great. Not going to hurt my feelings. I got a real thick skin. That's not the point. The point's not to be right or wrong or a big shot. The point is to develop a consistently profitable trading business upon which I can rely to support myself and my family. Simple as that. And look at the little Screedle over here, our little Sleeping Beauties app. So there we go. Trying to do about 150 to 200 body squats a day. I'm fortunate here with this office that's big enough I can step back and keep watching the screens and everything and do like squats. I've got some dumbbells, do some curls and stuff like that, you know, following along with that, try to stay in shape. And I'll give you a little piece of advice. The older you get, the quicker it is, easier it is to get out of shape, and the harder it is to get back in. So if you get a regime in your mind, you know, established as a habit, way better off. Okay. There you have it, boys and girls, 1,500. There is the cash close right there. Yeah, I'm happy about that. I want to try to get on to getting this strategy put together so that I can backtest it and see if it's, you know, just BS and bus tickets, which is unfortunately what happens a lot. I'm not a code wizard here, so it takes me a while to code this stuff up and to discover that it's just typical YouTube tripe. So have a good night. I'll be back bright and early at 8 o'clock in the morning. Have a great one. And thanks a lot for coming by. I really do.